Good morning, good morning. They're doing some testing here in the building, so it might be pretty loud. I don't know what's going on, but I think something's going on with the water. We'll see.
The India Trade Ministry says EU negotiators are in New Delhi for talks.
So sorry in advance. Yeah, like I said, they're doing some testing. $35 seconds until new 15s. $10. I think you watch 60 reoffer on ES. Let's see what they do. New 15s have opened. Alright.
House Speaker Johnson says we are mindful that time is running out on the stopgap bill.
Tell me.
The S&P 500 turned to negative, last down 0.2%. House Speaker Johnson ends his remarks.
Ooh, I'm a little laggy. Offer sitting at this 40 to 50 on NQ so far. $40 to 50 holding so far in Q. Need to get below this ETH low for more. Let's see, this ETH low is this POC here. Into our 60 here on EOS. Russell's starting to show some interest up, then could be our limiting factor here. We're gonna have to wait for Russell to lose momentum. Just watch this 40 to 50 on NQ and this 60 as we push into it on EOS. Want to see Russell also find resistance so that we can look down. If RTY starts to lead up, then there is no lower until that happens. POC is attempting to shift down here. Want to see a very clear retest on the lookup. Again, there's nothing here until Russell loses momentum. We want to see a very clear reoffer of our 60 on ES, our 40 to 50 on NQ. That'll either be our rebid for a higher low, or we'll flip back below it and then reoffer, and then it'll be a very nice short. Yeah, I'm so tired. Should be expecting a bit of a better rebid here soon. What's up, Odie? It's alright. How about you? I did not get as much done as I wanted to this weekend. Says POC of previous candles here on ES and Q. Russell into halfway back. ES into previous day value low.
Fitch Rating says EU competition law increasingly limits support to public entities.
Oh yeah, it sounds busy. House hunting right now is crazy. Good luck. Buyers attempting to try up here. I just don't think we're ready yet.
We have put out the article from Fitch Ratings on the feed for those interested.
This might be a bid here at 75. I'd like to see ES hold this edge here at 64. If this is going to go up. If not, then this is just going to be where we sell and then we flip back and then continue onward to downside on the 15. We haven't really shifted trend whatsoever, right? Like we're still in a very clear downtrend from higher. But this is where I'd want to see the bid be for the break of that downtrend and then a push back up if we're going to revert. So far holding where we want at our reversion at 64. This looks good so far. As long as Russell can get some momentum, should be able to look for view up as target. Same thing with NQ here. And again, we're just watching this as our flip and pivot. We need to break this overall downtrend, which means getting back over like, I don't know, 130 on NQ. And 78 on ES. This is a good bid so far. New 15s are opening now. I'd like to see us ideally show interest over this 95. If 95 continues to hold offer, which is just POC of this downside candle, we might have an issue. I want to see them bid above this here now that we've opened. Should be our first signs of our upside continuation. And then I'd be looking for a target of like 135, 140. If we can flip this 95. Need Russell to keep going. Landlord selling. Oh, that's rough. What was I for Halloween? Nothing. I haven't celebrated Halloween since college. What were you for Halloween, Kowalski? But you thought for some reason that I would dress up? The guy who doesn't want to go anywhere or socialize with anyone? Hmm. Bold. Full range rotation here on ES. Russell holding no change. I'd like a bit more clarity on NQ before we try to initiate anything, to be honest. But I think if we can flip 95, that we do head up to that 135, and that'll probably be my first trade. Or this fails here, and then we rotate down, and then I'll look for something below 17 to 31 on NQ. As long as RTY is able to hold higher lows and continue up, there's not really a great short entry. I think it's just a reversion to view up at this point, personally. But that, just because I know where we're headed doesn't mean that there's a great entry for it. Like we could try here with off of this as our risk for a rotation up, but it's iffy. Just got a reversion signal there. Try small. Again, we got to build over 95. So we're watching right now for this bid here, secondary, and then we need to see a very clear pop and push, and then we can head up to VWAP here into this like 130, 140 for the reversion trade into POC and VWAP. But let's say instead of this happening, this flips. Let me look for this rotation down, and then it's just a reversion back to this buyer down here into this low. I'm not really interested in a short until this flips as offer below value and ETH low. So I don't know. We'll see what happens here. It's a bit stinky into the seller. That's here. So I'd like to see, again, like this 95 start to hold and show interest over the POC of this little balance that built down here. Once we do that, that's like a bit more confirmation that we want to go up and not just hold POC to value low, right? Because right now, this is what's happening. Instead of this being our zone, do you see how we're holding this as resistance here? This POC to value low? That's not bullish. So we need to look above this and then start to build for this rotation up. Or this is just holding as our offer, which is the same offer as before, right? So there's no flip happening yet. It's just the same seller that we're coming up into. Oh yeah, I completely missed that. Happy birthday, man. Big 50. Maybe I was happy that day. That's crazy. I was happy that day. I was happy I didn't have to go out and dress up. No, yeah, that sounds awful. And you have to give him like a fake laugh, smile. Uh-huh. Same joke every conversation. Yeah, yeah, like. Ugh. Yep. We held where we needed to so far, but no interest over this like 95 area yet. We need to show interest above, or it's kind of meaningless. Just a range rotation. Russell into VWAP is a bit concerning if we lose momentum here. Good hold so far. Got our higher low bid based off pathing. Oh, that's nice. Guys, I'm taking off a little risk here as we push up. We might get a retest of this 95. I don't want to give some back if we don't just go straight to 130 here. Good hold of our lows so far. Good secondary bid at a higher low, right? So we've gotten the first and now the second move. Now we're looking to see if we can build here and flag. If we can, should be able to look for this push into POC and our on the daily, as well as our VWAP on the 15. Looking for, again, a flag over our previous highs. It's a great secondary signal. The holidays haven't felt like the holidays in years. And I was thinking about like why that is. And I think it's like having this conversation the other day. There's like a lack of like shared cultural significance in America these days. Like everyone's kind of just like doing their own thing. Before, like things felt way more cohesive. Like everyone was listening to the same crap, everyone saw the same stuff, like on TV, right? Like everyone was now is like doing their own thing, and so like when it comes to like the holidays, like there just really isn't like a narrative that we're following every year. Like we're not watching the same crap, we're not hearing the same stuff, right? Like we don't see the same stuff. I don't know. Everyone's in their own little bubbles, so like holidays just like do not feel like holidays anymore. The only thing that that remains true is that you will hear Mariah Carey sing some Christmas song for the next 4 months. That's the only thing that's still common. That's all we've got left in America. To let you know that we're nearing Christmas. I don't know, like think about like when you were a kid, like all of your like TV was like talking about Halloween, and like you had Halloween programming, and like Cartoon Network would have like spooky movies that played, and like TV shows, and like all of the commercials on Toonami would be like Halloween themed, right? Like there, and then it would be like Thanksgiving themed, and then it would be whatever the next holiday was. Like there was like this I don't know. It's just very different than now, where everyone's just kind of in their own little ecosystem. Like, if you guys didn't talk about Halloween, I would have had no clue that Halloween was going on. That might be also just because I don't have kids. That's probably a part of it. Is that maybe that those things still do happen, but I just don't have kids, and so all of like the advertising and all of that nonsense, I don't see any of it because it's so outside of my, like maybe like children are supposed to carry on that tradition, and like they're still getting that same media, and I'm just not a part of it because I don't have children. I don't know. Could be true. Yeah, I don't know. And I'm not on social media whatsoever, so that's probably doesn't help. We need to see this offer if we're going to go down. Russell's still holding, which is making me think that this sell doesn't make any sense, but we'll see. Just seems like balance with NQ being a bit more volatile with the failure again over 95. So you're just getting a rotation and a low look below. I think we go up still, as long as Russell's maintaining these higher lows. I think it's just a bit choppy. I'm not a fan of this sell as of yet on NQ. I'd like to see a bit more from the sellers. We have flat POCs off the previous 15-minute candle. Like if this holds as offer into 80s, then that's a good first sign that we go down, and then we look for the pushback below and then the continuation. But I just am not sold with this flagging here and pushing up. Without a lower high and breakdown on Russell, I just don't get what's going to push us down yet. I mean, maybe NQ's leading and it's our first signs of weakness. That could definitely be the case. But I want to see Russell show a bit more weakness for us to have a bit more faith in this move. If we just recover this low after looking below and then we bid back up, this is just going to trap these guys here, right? and then we just rotate up instead of down, giving us another entry on this long. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot for on ES here structurally that I care about at least. ETH low, previous day POC, and then we've got our VWAP on the 15 up at 79. And then a bit higher, we've got our value edge on the daily profile for today. Like, there's a lot here that we have to eat through. But if Russell continues to push, like I just don't see the short yet. I don't know. Like, I see both the long and the short, but the risk is a bit wider than I'd want to put on for these areas, if that makes sense. Like, you have to have a much wider stop here. I definitely see the potential, but I don't have a great stop that I can put on for the trade. I guess that's the best way I can put it. So until we see like a very clear reoffer, it's very hard for me to want to attempt these areas. I mean, look how divergent we are between NQ and Russell right now. Again, like the only trade that I see right now is the long off of this guy being trapped into this low. That's literally all I see for the rotation back up, right? It's this. And that doesn't even give you a breakout trade. That's just us holding a higher low, getting back into this value, and then rotating up to this value edge here, taking off some risk into like 88 to 95. And this can still then sell and then push down, because what do we have at the highs? Well, this idiot's trapped off sides, right? So now we have basically a balance trade between this seller on the entry back in, with this being our risk from the highs, and this rotation down, and then this buyer down here into our lows, and then we just are balanced in between these two traders, our participants who are offsides below our balance in between, right? So until we can flip this and hold on either side, there's no look for more. It's just this rotation between these two pivots and then playing off of these participants who are outside of this value, and these participants are outside of this value. And until we can flip either of them and take out the highs or the lows, we don't really have follow through as of yet, you know? And I'm hoping that we just kind of like rotate this choppy balance on NQ while we wait for Russell to figure out what it wants to do. And once Russell figures out which way directionally we want to head, then NQ then follows suit outside of our value or balance, whatever you want to call it. That's kind of my idea right now. And hopefully that gives us a better look. Hopefully that that makes sense to you, right? Because this is again like our seller here, from the look below in the overall trend down. We know that this is where that seller was sitting. And so far, we haven't showed interest above this guy, right? From POC to value high of this range. And then we have this balance area here that's a bit choppy, where we looked into that seller, we offered. And then we have this buyer that's down here, where every look below has been eaten up, and then we get a higher low that gets us back into this value, and then we rotate through it. So what we need to see from sell side is a flip of this low, this yellow zone, and then a hold of this offer on retest if we're going to continue downward. And then our downward push just gives us a rotation down into this low here, right, where we flipped. And then we'll see like a flip of this here. I can't, my mouse is acting up. You guys are playing Sunday? Holy. All right, so this is your first risk off if you are playing off of the long here on the look back in. This has to be your first risk off into 93, into these highs. And again, like if we can flip these highs, then we can keep going. If we don't, then there's no change, right? Again, for those that are confused, this is just a look below our value, a look above, and then a rotation up right now. And that's the idea for this area. From here, if we hold this as our sell, we then need to look below, offer this, and then we can rotate down, pushing further into this. And then I'd expect this to then lead to like a downside thing that goes like this. But if we can look up and hold this as supportive, I'd then expect this move to occur where we look above, we show interest over this seller that we have labeled, and then we can continue onward for rotation up to 140 and 130. Right, holding our value high as support. So far we are holding it as resistance. This seller is still here, and we have to be careful for this. One minute until new 15s. What repeat? Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't have any, at least. That doesn't mean that it doesn't exist, but I haven't looked for it.
Fed bids for 3-month bills total $4.1 billion. Fed bids for 6-month bills total $3.6 billion.
Yeah, that's, yes, indeed. God, I have so many messages I have to go through from this weekend. If you messaged me, I have not looked at anything since Friday morning. So I will go through that. I haven't been on my computer at all. I will go through that today. I'm sorry. Again, if you're playing off this low, like pathing suggests, it's just rotations up into our highs again. This is your secondary risk off or your first, depending. If you're playing off of this low or this low, I don't know what you're doing. It's just balance. Balance is balancing. Just take off some risk. If we can pop above and hold, awesome. If not, then it is what it is. I'm out half from 70 into 100, or 95 to 100. Again, this is our known seller here on NQ. This has to be where you're risking off into this guy. If we can flip this, that is a great sign that we want to continue higher. If this fails, it's the same sell as before, and then we'll look for our offer to rotate below and then hold this from a look below, right? Leading to a downside move. It is just balance. We are holding our value low here, and we are trading up
So
our
reminder,
value high.
11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, the US sells 86 billion in 3-month bills with a prior high yield of 3.730% and a prior bid to cover 3.07. The US sells 77 billion in 6-month bills, prior high yield 3.64%, prior bid to cover 3.06. Treasuries extend decline, 10-year yield tops last week's high.
Yeah, man. You didn't like the opportunity down here? It's a pretty small risk for this reward. You guys weren't about it? Oh, okay. The seller up here is not having it. Yeah, I get you. We gotta, I mean, this guy at 100 is just like not showing any interest for to move position wise. As of yet, we need him to like pull or get filled and then like immediately bid through. Again, I'm out half of my position here into these highs from our lows at 70s. Now I'm just waiting to see what we do. If offer wants to continue to maintain up here, then that's all we get. If Russell continues to push, then I'm still like slightly bullish in this area. If Russell starts to lose momentum and we push below our most recent lows, then we'll have a shift and then we have to flip position wise if the rest of the market starts to fall. But it's just balance until we can flip one of these pivots like I've been saying.
Reminder, in 5 minutes' time, the US sells 86 billion in 3-month bills. Prior high yield 3.73%. Prior bid to cover 3.07. The US sells 77 billion in 6-month bills. Prior high yield 3.64%. Prior bid to cover 3.06.
Oh my god. Full rotation to our balance low here again on NQ off of our high and hold off this seller. No change. This is your first risk off if you're playing the short side. So we come back down into our value low. We need to flip this and then hold it as offer if we're going to get continuation, or we will persist in our balance. Offer attempting to flip here. Let's see if we can hold it as our resistance here on retest. Or if this fails once again, and then we rotate back up, doing our balance change. Trapping again. Watch your reoffer.
We shall shortly be expecting the 3-month and 6-month bill auctions.
40 seconds, still new 15s, as well as some news. This might be another fail. Russell's still holding, retesting our edge here after a hold of our lows. Just waiting for our offer
high
here.
yield rate, free spot 815%, free spot 815%, awarding 88.10% of bids at high. 3-month bill bid to cover 2.62, 2.62. The US selling 86 billion. Six-month high yield rate, free spot 7%, free spot 7%, awarding 76.74% of bids at high. Bid to cover ratio 2.92, 2.92.
Same as before, another failure. Look back into our
The US selling
balance.
77 billion.
This is now where we look for bid to hold and hold these guys offsides below. This is either going to be a really juicy trap, or we are going to be playing this up again with a look to take out these highs if this now holds as supportive. If we look back below after failing here and then look down, we should see new lows and a push down to our low of day. But if this can hold, it should take out highs, would be my guess, with us recovering our bow low and then trapping these guys below, giving us a bit more of a catalyst. Should have an answer here in a second. I'm long on the flip after getting stopped above 76. Maybe redo our levels on ES while we're waiting. Get me out of here. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing that's telling us that we can't as of yet. It just is going to be choppy until we get the big push. Russell's above VWAP, so that's like my sign of willingness, right? But still need to show interest above here on NQ, or it's still just going to be this very trappy, choppy action, which isn't like incredibly great. Feels like we're just waiting for news. That's what it feels like. And then we'll get like a volatile sweep that then chooses our direction. It just feels like we're waiting for an excuse to lift, you know? Or an excuse to trap and then rotate down. But I mean, either way, it just that looks like it feels like there's just someone is waiting for an excuse for the market to move. There's very clearly someone taking in size at our lows, like that hasn't changed. But there's also someone very clearly taking in size here at our 100. And so it's just like, are you willing to play around the balance here off of the failure at our lows? Because if so, then you just take off your first risk into this, and then we do it all over again, you know? And it's like, do I want to hold for more, or do I just get stopped again? So far, every attempt to hold has just been a stop. Like, there's very clearly someone at 100 here, right? So this is your first risk off. You are playing the flip. And then, like, if we can get more, then we get more. If not, then it's just the same rotation as we already have done over and over again. Until we can actually see someone hold one of these edges, like I've said before, there is no continuation trade. We're getting the same bounces over and over again. Just failure. We need to see this hold as offer if we're going to go down from our look above. Or we will just get the bid. Yeah. As of right now, I mean, it doesn't have to stay that way, but yeah, very balanced. Peace, man. New 15's opening now, another inside candle, same balance as before. NQ opening flat at POC of previous candle. ES as well, opening at POC of previous candle. Bid trying to step in, but offer holding so far on ES.
Microsoft launches a multi-billion-dollar AI infrastructure agreement with Lambda, according to CNBC.
I hope it's clear what I'm like talking about, right? We have our PVZ value low here, we have our POC here off of PVZ, and now we have POC trying to shift here at our 74. So we are stuck in between this balance, right? We're trading in a rectangle, and any look outside of this has just been a reversion back through this node, right? So until we see a shift into the tails of this high or this low, we should just expect the same. And I don't think that we get the big shift until we see some sort of convergence with Russell. Right, Russell's just a straight line up, which is holding the market where it is. But if Russell starts to lose momentum, NQ is already very flat. We look for that look below, and then the hold that gives us the short. If Russell continues to maintain, I think we expect NQ to kind of just continue to either chop sideways or go up, right? Like there's no downside yet on NQ if Russell continues to hold where we are. We're getting crushed in the Grand Cup. Is that going on right now? I forgot about that. I told you it was going to be dumb.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, Fed's Daily is due to participate in a moderated conversation at the Forum Club of the Palm Beaches. No text is expected, but there is a Q&A with a moderator.
How are they cheating? Yeah, they were doing what they were doing on Ninja Trader.
From CNBC with regards to that Microsoft headline. As part of Lambda's agreement with Microsoft, Lambda will deploy AI infrastructure powered by NVIDIA.
Listen, I've done enough of these things to know how leveraged people trade. All it does is create bad habits. One day he could give it all back. What are you talking about? The whole point is to over leverage day one to build cushions that you can then trade normally afterwards. You have like zero risk because you have resets available. This is why those competitions make no sense. Is that you put on max risk day one to build a huge cushion and then you trade normally afterwards. The people in the top could have blown up 2 accounts and then bought resets because what they're doing is that they're going to no-life these competitions. And so if you have a $30 reset and do that, it doesn't matter if you reset or not, right? If they give you the opportunity to try again, then what you do is you trade max leverage for the first like hour or two, right? Sunday night. And then you build out that cushion and then you're ahead of everyone and now you can trade more size than everyone else with way less risk. And then reset if it fails, right? So you go high leverage and you reset, you do it a couple attempts, and then that's that. And then everyone else tries to over leverage to catch up to you and blows up because they have that same mentality you have, Komodo, which is we're behind, get it together. And it's like, no, there's no trades, bro. It's balance. Right? These people that do these competitions do this like they just do competitions. Like these are the same people that are doing all of the Ninja Trader ones as well. Like they have it down to a science of how to abuse the system. It's the same people who are abusing Apex accounts and, you know, over leveraging and multi-directional. That like what's his name? Rocket Jumper. Well, I don't know. Whoever's in the competition, Matt. He does the same thing for his prop accounts as well. Is that his entire purpose is that he buys like 10 to 20 prop accounts and he over leverages the first couple days, builds a huge buffer for himself, and then trades properly afterwards on them, so that he can have a much better risk profile and not have to worry about the drawdown. And some of the accounts will fail, and that's part of the process of trading props for him. It's just part of his strategy, is abusing the prop system. Is it a good system if you're trading your own account? No, right? But if you're going to abuse prop accounts, it's a way to do it. Just build out a huge buffer. Yeah, no, they over leverage and they trade both micros and minis at the same time to give themselves more leverage. I don't know. I saw the same thing over and over and over again on the Ninja Trader competitions. It's like, unless you're going to stay up 24 hours a day, right, and do this, it's just, it's not happening. Like, you will never see me trading on a Sunday. Fuck that. And I'm not trading Globex. I'm trading like 3 hours a day during our TH session, and then I'm fucking off. Because I care about my mental health. You're not gonna see me staying up for some Robux. Nope. Full rotation of our balanced node here. And see if we have any shift at our highs, or if they look above again, fail, and then rotate us back through. Taking off a little bit more risk here from our longs down at our 70s, same as before. Again, it is just, this is our low. We are rotating this balanced node. We're now into our highs. If we can flip this, then we go up. If this fails, this will be another trapped buyer, and then we'll look back down and then rotate through. Balance is balancing. RTY is still sideways, allowing for NQ to lead up. This is our test. You know what this competition is, right? Like, why they're doing it. It's the same reason why like Top Step does it and Ninja Trader does it. I'll give you a minute to think of why they're doing that. Yeah, they're trying to find people to copy trade off of to sustain their business model. It's the reason why like Top Step is changing a lot of what they're doing now as well. They can offer better deals than everyone else because they can now offer a lower price point because they're getting more people in the door that then are copy trading, and that's how they're making their money instead of resets. I mean, they're still making a ton of money off of resets, don't get me wrong, but like that's part of the, that's like a new shift in these prop companies, is like they're now trying to copy trade off of their top users. So it's very beneficial for them to be able to have how do you word it? not as steep of a gate on the community itself, because the more people in, the more opportunity there is for them to potentially copy trade off of someone who might not want to go with them as a service because they are too expensive. Failure at our highs so far.
Ukraine's President Zelensky discussed Ukraine energy with von der Leyen in a call. Zelensky says the EU will give Ukraine extra funds for gas imports and that Russia has achieved no success in Pokrovsk. Keep in mind, we are shortly expecting comments now from Feds Daily. Again, they're speaking in a moderated forum club conversation with no text expected. There will be a Q&A. Looking for a live video does not seem to be one. Seems to be an in-person event only.
This is our rotation back to POC of previous candle. Failure at our Russell and ES highs. We are watching to see if they offer this now on an entry back into value, or if the bid is able to hold their higher lows and then pop off of this. I think it'll be dependent if RTY can find a bid at VWAP. If not, then we'll rotate through our range again, head back down to that 60 to 70 on ES, or on NQ, sorry. Again, like either this seller is now gone and the bid now sits here, right? Or we've trapped above and now we are looking back into this value and we will trade from this high back down to our lows, right? Off of a failure and a rotation back through our balance. So it is very important that we see a very active bid here who tries to defend these highs, where this seller will take advantage on the look back in and then rotate us back through. Just keep doing you, bro. Like, don't look at the leaderboard. I promise you, you are only going to hurt your mental. Just trade how you normally do. It's not about what others are doing. Just do you. If you have this mentality that you have to chase others, you will lose. You're going to start trying to trade every rotation. Would you be doing that if it was any other system, any other time, right? Like, it's just, you have to be consistent. RTY is starting to lead down. See if we can get some momentum here. ES back below value edge. We'll watch this reoffer. As long as this is holding below these highs, then sell side has room down through value. We're watching the reoffer on Russell into VWAP and POC. If this can hold offer, then we continue down to head down towards our value low. We're just watching to see if these lows are going to be a trap or a pop back up, holding our highs, or if this is going to offer through and continue down for a full balance rotation. We don't know yet. We are seeing a little bit of a Russell weakness, but we don't know if it's a trap yet. We need to see how we interact as we push down into like 60, or push up into like 69 to 70 on RTY. If that starts to lead down, then the overall market will fall, I think. But just keep an eye on our edges, right? We have these people who have been trapped above. We're just watching to see if this flips or not. There's definitely someone trying here at 90 on NQ, but they're being absorbed so far. Right, they are attempting to flip this edge. We can see POC on the daily is trying to shift up here. Right, this is that dotted line. So if POC is able to shift and we're able to now hold our highs, which was our resistance before, then we can look up and continue onward. If this fails and we reject and we hold a lower high and then we continue downward, then we'll have a really nice short trade. You just have to be patient. What's up, club?
The Trump administration says it will partially fund food stamps. The Department of Justice says the funds available for 50% of November food aid benefits.
God, Mondays. They're just wonderful.
So Fed's Daily says the labour market has softened quite a bit, but we need to keep policy modestly restrictive. Daily says I have an open mind in December.
Good hold of our highs so far in NQ, retesting our sell here. This is just our push into that 130, 140, like we talked about, off of our hold of our lows. Again, no change here. Russell still holding, just chopping around. Back to our view up, immediate bed. See if we can break downtrend,
Daily
or if this
says
is all
the
we
50
get.
basis points of cuts this year make the Fed better positioned.
Yes, look below our value, failed. Push back above, now PVZ and value high holding as supportive. Watch to see how we play into this tail. New 15s have just opened, holding POCs as supportive from previous candles so far. There's a big seller sitting at this like 140, 150. I don't know if we breach. I'm taking off some into it. If we can hold it, awesome. If not, like it is what it is. There's no change.
Daily said as well that we still have inflation above target and need to get it down.
Need to see how we interact here. Yes, good size coming in. Let's see if this guy steps out of the way. Next target here on ES is our
Daily
previous
says
day
the rate
value
cut
high
was
up at
appropriate. I
96.
supported the cut.
We can push over 90.
And Daily says it's not a more divided Fed than before. And Daily says I wouldn't even use the word divided.
I really don't want you guys to get discouraged from this competition thing, man. I can just see it like really demoralizing some of you, and I don't want to see that happen. Like, don't stress. Just trade how you normally trade. Oh yeah, so like look at this. This is exactly what I was saying. Like there is an incentive to over leverage day one. If balance is above 5K after end of day report, the next session you will be scaled up to 5 minis or 20 micros. What?
Daily notes that we have less information than we used to, but we can still make decisions as needed. And Daily says the labour market doesn't look like it's on a precipice. Daily says we will balance risks and inflation is still printing around 3%.
Back to POC here of our previous candle on NQ off of a failure at our highs. Russell has lost all momentum into our edge here at value. Yes, another failure to hold above. Rotation back down to POC. Expect a bounce here and then a reoffer into like 81, 82, I would say. I don't know, we'll see. But it should see a bit of a bounce here. This is RTY back to VWAP and ES at POC. Should expect a bounce and then retest of our value edge to see if it'll hold offer.
So just keep in mind at the bottom of the hour, we are expecting comments from Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem as well, who's speaking in a fireside chat in Toronto at the Logic Summit.
In my opinion, this is still a bid until we can flip and hold below 90 on NQ. We're just watching to see how the offer is here. If the offer can lower it and then flip below 90 and then hold this like 90 to 105, then we have a nice short for rotation through balance. But until then, like, this is just POC in the middle of our range, right? Like, we need to see this hold a lower high from the seller who's up here, right? Same thing on ES. This is POC. We should expect a bid here. We need to see a very clear offer into this edge, and then a look below our ETH low and POC that's sitting here for that continuation down. If not, this is where the buyer will be sitting, and then we will look back up. We will hold this as supportive, and then we will rotate up higher, right? Like, we need to see continuation here. If Russell just wants to maintain and revert back to VWAP, and we don't do anything else, it's going to be very hard for me to tell you to do anything other than just play the edges. Right? Like, we want to see this, and then we want to see this sell be very clear here as we push in. And then we want to see a very clear look below and continuation down. If this continues to hold as supportive, and we look back up off of this, there's no shift here, right? All we're doing is reverting to this VWAP edge and our ADR low, right? And then we're just rotating. And we will continue to do that until we either flip below and hold this as offer, or can flip above and retest our 30-second opening range that's sitting up here at 82, right? So, like, there's not a ton here. It's just balance in between these two nodes. And same thing on NQ, right? Like, this is where the bid has been resting. You can see that on footprint. We can also see that this is our daily profile here. So when we come back down into this, we should expect that a bid sits here, and then we need to see a very clear, like, offer and lower high into this edge at like a 120. And then we need to see a very clear pop below, and then we can look for that continuation down, because if not, this is where that bid rests, like I said, and then we look for that continuation higher. This is POC. POC. This should be your first risk off into 120, 130. Same thing on ES into 84s if you are playing off of our POC like we talked about. This is where you look to see if sell side sits or not. We expect the offer to try to absorb here if we are going to go down further. If not, we will flip this like we talked about. Here, I'll turn it back on, right? This is where we see if these edges hold or not. We expect our offer to be here into our value edge on retest off of holding POC. We look for a lower high here if sell side's going to sit. This has to be your first risk off for the long. If we can flip above and hold, then we keep going up. Does that make sense? Are you guys following that? So I've taken off half risk, and now we're waiting to see if we can flip and hold.
Hello, Monday enjoyers.
Yo,
What is up?
you know, just Monday.
Just Monday. Beginning of month plus Monday.
So fun.
Wish it was Friday already.
I'm out one more here on NQ, following our pathing and what we've talked about. See if we get some continuation or if Russell fails again into these highs. ES holding our value edge here on retest, on our hold and flip over 84. We're rotating up into highs. Again, this is a great first risk off on ES. If you didn't risk off already, right, from our POC holds across the board. See what they do here. If Russell loses momentum again into these highs, I don't have a lot of faith in the move. We'll just have to see. This is just POC retest of previous candle on footprint. NQ looking above our value edge a little bit, but not a ton of interest yet over 140. See what they do.
Daily says, I look at pockets of softness as a leading indicator. Daily says, if you wait for a job market report to tell you if the labor market is weak, you're already behind.
He wants boots on the ground.
What's up, Kevin? All right, I gotta delete this pathing because I gotta move charts, but this is all played. First leg played, secondary leg is played. This has offered 30 points so far. Same thing on ES. Our 84 flip has pushed up into 88, offering 4 points. Russell pushing into our value edge now. Let's see if it can continue onwards. Again, I gotta delete this because it's not actually on TradingView. Let's move charts up. Could hold the POC of previous candle here across the board on NQ and ES. Tom said he was getting me an account, but I haven't heard anything about it. I mean, dude, like, it is what it is. You gotta stop looking at the leaderboard, man. You guys are gonna get completely demoralized, and I told you from the get-go that it just is not the same thing as real trading.
Nope.
I'm not trying to like hate on you, Kevin, but like, what do you think that I'm gonna do? Do you think that I'm trading 24/7 for that competition? I trade 2 hours a day, 3 hours a day. Like, it's just like I'm not competing with these people who are over leveraging and trading 24 hours a day. Like, I'm just not. I told you guys that before it even started. Like, it's not happening. Not giving up my life for fake money. You guys want to have fun with it, go for it, but you know, like, it's just, it is what it is.
Yes, has some liquidity dropping here under 90, sitting up at 92 for a while. Take through as well.
Look at these stats. Debating if I close out here. Watching to see if Russell can hold this higher low. I'd like one more leg up at least to our 82 on RTY.
That'll get you. Or you should just invest in a flex bucket. You'll never have to worry about this ever again.
I don't know if I have the patience for this to slow run up to 180. Mm-mm-mm. All right. I'm gonna go let my dog out.
We will enjoy balancing here for an hour.
There's probably one more leg, but I don't know. I'm out. Just watch to see where Russell finds a bottom for next leg. As long as that's continuing to just kind of maintain, I still am under the impression that we can keep going up. This is, I think ES is headed to 96, just the previous day value high. But we gotta wait for Russell to find this low first again for next leg. Could easily have to come down first to retrace this node on NQ if we can't sustain here. But if like this 150 continue to kind of just like bid and we don't flip it, then I think probably 180 is next into the high of this node. If this fails, then probably a rotation back down into this low, this LVN down here. That'd be my guess. Again, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go let my dog out. It's about that time.
Really watching this on ES to see if we have a restack of offer. When we took through that initial 90 liquidity, the bid did step up, but then we got nothing over. Right. So seeing now that we're under, if we have that offer come back on. Once again, bid stepping up into 90 after we trade through it. Offer did not sit there. I get full oscillation of this kind of like mini auction. All names. You want to see RTY complete its oscillations.
All right, I'm back. Good bounce on Russell POC, VWAP. Looks like ES held our value edge. That's good. NQ recovered our value edge. Trying to hold us supportive here at 150.
It's a good step on. Yes for the bid at 90 again as well. No real pressure from the offer.
Yeah, probably end of day would be my guess. Mm-hmm. That's my guess. You probably get it into your day open retest in ETH low.
Did you chop it off?
Holy.
Did you go to the doctor?
They're trying to take in size here again at 40. Don't know if they get it. POC is attempting to shift here on NQ. Full node move here, I think, down into this LVN. Little sweeper. Let's see if they can hold the sweeper as offer now for one more leg into this LVN. Should see a bit of a retrace and then look for a reoffer. Again, we're just watching to see if this guy at 140 can maintain. Pretty clear bid down at like 110, 115. Little relief here, like we just talked about. Let's watch to see if this offer at 40s can hold. You can see him trying to stack up there, up at like 4150, 45. We're looking for like a very quick look in and then offer and hold of the sweep. That just happened to the downside. We're going to continue this downtrend for that last leg down into like 110, 115, or if this is going to flip, I don't know. Just watching this offer. 1 minute and 30 seconds until new 15s. Just holding our 40 offer still, no change. Coming up into this POC. We're just watching to see if this holds for a lower high. And then a push down to fill this LVN here, like I've been saying, or if this is going to flip and then POC goes supportive here again, trapping these participants off sides below, and then we look up for a rotation back up to these highs. I'm unsure as of yet. We're watching the same thing on ES with this value edge here. Russell still sideways and holding higher lows, maintaining. I don't think we get like a huge push down across the market until we see Russell break these highs, these higher lows, sorry, and get below VWAP. It doesn't make sense in my head, but that doesn't mean that we still can't fill structural gaps in the meantime while we wait for a larger trend. I'm risking off some NQ here off of our 40, following our plan. LVN has now been filled. Did people understand that trade or no? So our POC shift, hold a POC of previous 15-minute candle, rotation down, fill of LVN, push to our target. We know that there is a bid here at 110. Secondary target, if this 110 doesn't hold and we can't get back up, will be our rotation to our POC shift here at 88 for final target for me.
Anna's just offering unsolicited free dogs. Holy.
I don't know if we're gonna get this last leg. I'm gonna try it because I'm greedy, but Russell's still holding pretty well. I like the POC rotation though. That just like makes sense in my head.
Like if we don't get it in this next 15-minute candle, it's gonna be like last 3 minutes of the day.
Yeah.
I don't know, something will happen.
All right, RTY, what are you gonna do here into value? I'm holding POC a value of previous candle so far on NQ, but the divergence with ES is a little awkward. Like, I feel like as long as we're kind of like absorbing here into this 20 to 30 for a lower high, we still have one more leg down on NQ. but it's just so rough because like if ES can bid here, then it feels like we just have to retest 90, 92, that edge. Like I basically am looking to see if this guy here can just continue to absorb, and if he can, then we should be able to rotate down like so, right? Into our POC to value high previous candle, which is just this seller sweeping down, and then we're just retesting this, very similar to how we did it here, right? But I need more. I need more excitement. We don't get that excitement. It's just like, okay, well, we'll stagnate and then we'll pop, and then my shorts stopped, and then I have to flip long here over 45s. It's a good hold so far. I'm just in a runner now, boys. We've hit target. Hopefully that trade made sense of why I was looking for this as target. This is our POC shift. We are now at our 90. New 15s opened, held POC to value, just like we did in the last two candles from our highs. We are in a trend down. Again, we've just like rotated to our target. Now I'm watching to see what we do here. we hold, awesome. We'll look for a rotation and a pop back over this. Recover our VWAP is supportive for continuation up. If this fails, then we can rotate into this little lower auction back down to, I don't know, 2620, 020, ETH low. That'd be my guess. Just into this lower node. These are like so. You'd be looking for something like this if we don't just hold here and bounce. And then probably a retest like so. We'll see. All right. There's like payouts for. I think it's. I don't know too much about it, Club. I'm not gonna lie, but I think it's like a regular. Like if you pass your eval, you get payouts, but also that you can make money with your eval with the competition account. If you get to like round 2, there's like prizes. There's a prize pool. Because I think like once the second round's going, you're trading live money. It's no longer sim. At least that's like what I read, I think. Good high or low so far on NQ holding our value. Probably just rotates up to like 116, 120 would be my guess here off of our low. Oh, Lord.
We stuck.
I don't know what we do here. If they fail, then yeah, like we keep going down, and then this is just like fuel for the next leg. But if they can hold this and Russell can hold value on this edge, then I feel like we just like rotate up to like 180. I really do. I just don't know how to play that right now where we are after exiting. I feel like I have to wait. Like I'll look below 90 and hold. Okay, we play the short down, and yes, we miss out some on this move. It's okay. But like if this POC shift that's happening here at 90, 105 area, this 90 to 105 area holds, then we're just gonna rotate back up. I don't know. My worry is that NQ and ES don't get the volume that we need, right? We don't see enough incentive down here, while Russell still just like slow crawls up, and then we finally hit our offer on Russell into those highs, and NQ and ES are trading our lows, and then with that no more Russell push, the market just gives. That's my concern, right? Because we don't have a lot of time left in the day. But I don't know if we test higher first before we go lower, but like Russell not being able to do anything over our daily open is just like such a red flag to me. That's kind of my, it's a very mixed thought, and I'm sorry for that, but it is what it is. We just kind of have to wait to see where this momentum loss occurs on Russell as NQ tests our pivot. Sweep below, Russell holding offer. I'm going to wait for a retest because we just did this full move in one candle. So if we can offer our 85, 95 area, then I'll play it. But if this look below doesn't hold and we don't see a sustained offer, then this is just going to be a long back over 105. So watching our offer here. Again, I'm just looking for a reoffer. I don't believe in any of this garbage. Yeah, exactly, right, Club? But we should be able to get a secondary move. I'm gonna just be watching this area above. I'm gonna guess that our short offer is here into like 105, honestly, but we'll see. I think we'll probably be looking at this. It's our risk. And then we'll play it down. That's my guess. I'm not in anything yet, boys. Just wait. Watch for a reaction here. We're watching to see if this is where seller sits or if we flip it. And then if we can get back below. And the more granular price action we're looking for is, can we hold here now and then get back above, making this a really nice long? Or does the offer sit here and then do we look back below for continuation down on our offer on a look back in from a failure at POC to value high? Again, we want to see seller absorb here into this 105 at our value high here, fail, and then push back below 90 for the offer for a continuation down. If the bid is able to maintain 90 and then we can bid over 105 and hold, then an upside is very likely. We want to see sell side absorb here if we're going to continue down. Note that Russell is holding and pushing highs. This is where the bid has to be. Russell still holding our pivot as resistance, no change at 480. What's your first risk off here, boys?
Same thing for ES as we approach this 90. If the bid does not really step in, it's just gonna oscillate most likely. Can't believe we still have an hour left. What a slow day. I haven't heard him, so maybe.
Yeah, just getting absorbed into VWAP, right? We need to still see that push below 90s for this to really matter, but yeah. Offer holding 105 now, rotating through this balance. If we continue to maintain that 105, this is our first signs of weakness. We want to see a sell side step below 90 for that full failure. And ideally, we see a Russell also start to show that weakness and not just chop here. I'm not too interested in either direction until we show that interest below with Russell follow through. This is just our pivot, right? If we're holding previous value, it's just still a long, in my opinion. You have to think of it as a retest of our POC to value right now. And if Russell is going to hold and then come back up, then it is what it is, right? We want to see like a very clear sell, push lower. We want to see a maintaining of this higher offer here where this buyer got absolutely just absorbed, right? And then we want to see a push below and then a follow through like we have already drawn where this becomes our offer. That's the idea. It's that if these guys can remain off sides and Russell can start to lead down, then we go down. If the bid is able to maintain these lows, then it's just a retest of this buyer who was able to get us back in, right? This is our primary here after the failed shift of value. Push back down into these guys. Now you have to test it. So we'll see. But we hit first target off of the flip of 105. Traded up into that, and now it's just a waiting game to see what happens with Russell. If Russell can start to lead down, right, then we can start to see that loss of momentum and then that lack of initiation up here on NQ and on ES, and then we can fail and then continue lower, right? Oh, we need Darian to change the time on that notification.
Do his job.
How many contracts were taken into that low? 350.
He has had like a little bit of stacking at 82, but
these guys fail here, man, I really do expect like the larger leg down like I have pathed. Like this bid needs to really try to maintain this for up for our pop up. Because if we can't, I don't know. Not a huge fan. Falling asleep over here.
leasing. Oh,
I can't post it, but I want to.
that's crazy.
Ugh.
What makes it funny is he's actually so tilted.
Yeah, yeah. Testing our low edge here on NQ, watching to see if the bid can maintain or if we step below an offer. Your first sign of weakness will be here into this 98 to 105. If this holds offer, I'll be looking for a sweep below 90s and then a continuation down. If this 90 low holds and we bid back over 105, I expect our auction to remain the same. This is our first test to see if we get a lower high here. Just like we have pathed.
Aram, you might not like this this new album. I'll DM it to you. I'm a huge fan of their earlier work. They're really trying to do something with it now. Very similar sound to their hit. They had like one song that went viral. reoffering our 90 here after our look below. Russell also retesting our edge here. Watching to see if it holds offer or if this fails again. Back up to POC of previous candle. I just got stopped at 105 on my runners. POC of current candle is sitting at 90. POC of previous candle is sitting at 105. I'm just waiting now after I've gotten stopped out on runners. think I might try along here at 90 with like 6 points of risk only. If we can get back over 105, then that'll feel good. If not, then it is what it is. We'll just offer here again, trapping these guys at 105. So again, like I'm just looking to see if we can hold this low and hold this bid here, and then look for this rotation up, or if this is going to just stop me out, and then we'll offer below and then continue on our merry way. Because we know we're going to get that little bit of liquidity at 90s, right? We rejected our highs, but now it's just a matter of, is this guy going to be here like he was in the last attempt when we long this? Now that we've done our balance rotation, because we know this is balance between 105 and 90, that hasn't changed. So if this holds low, then we'll look for highs to be taken, and then you can add here if we get above, and then we can play off of this 90 and then this 105 again for the rotation up off of another failure at our lows, just like before. Right? Failure to shift. Secondary buyers. Same as before. First PT. Reversion target. If this plays. We'll see what they do. One of five very clearly holding. 50 seconds to only 15s. Should get a decision. Get me out of here, man. Holy.
This is literally, we started having this market when Rory disappeared and doesn't give us NQ pleases. So I'm blaming him completely. Rory did his classic, it's fall time, I'm going to disappear. And it has been the same since.
All right. Well, I just rode that break even, so I'm stopped at 90 from 90 on the look in. I'm just waiting. This is so not worth. We need a sweeper. 90 to 105 still playing, but like I can't be bothered. I cannot be bothered. Did you immediately sell your SMH position, Ty? Or did you double down on it? Or Soxel, yeah. Dude, I want to short this so bad again. Holy, get me out of here. They're baiting me. How many break evens can I take in an area?
Probably average like 2 per second if you try.
Yeah, at this point. All right. I don't think anything of what I have posted is wrong, but I'm waiting. I still think 105 needs to go support, 90 needs to stay offer for anything real. I really do believe that, but I'm not getting chopped up again, so I will wait for a strong secondary move. Taking 3 break evens now on runners. Some volatility stepping in here at our 90. See if they can hold it. The thing is like Russell's completely diverging, so like what the fuck? Coming back down to our lows where we took profit last into the 70. I don't know if you get the continuation here. That was your first little taste of MOC. See what happens. They absorb here again, and then we pop off of the initial MOC reaction. I don't know. I thought I knew, but I don't. If you're doing this competition, all of the moves are happening like London session. Like Globex or RTH is just not it. It's just going to be such a miserable cup. I can't imagine waking up for Globex to make fake money. It's crazy. They sure picked like an awful area to start that competition. Dude, I don't know. I'm not in it. I told you we have zero chance from the get-go. The only people that are going to be doing it are the ones that are no-lifing it. Do you expect to no-life it?
And all day.
And all day, and all day. No, the goal is, Surf, is that you have to get to the 5 lot thing by day 1 so that you just start infinitely ahead of everyone else. So you have to make $5,000 day 1 so that you unlock 3 more contracts that you can trade. Yes, that's what that means, Rom. Yeah, I mean, if you have a Tradeify account. Offer holding 90 so far. No, no tie. it's only for internet bros. Only for internet bros. Always remember that the glory is only worth it more for those people because they're making money off of you and not the market. And the glory gives them clicks. Maybe I just said the quiet part out loud. I'm not sure. I mean, I didn't say all that. I think props are a great thing when used correctly.
You wouldn't be here without prop firms, man. You would have been a liquid about 3 years ago. I know.
You changed your tune so quick.
Oh.
What are you talking about? You just said you're so done with it, but you're reliant on it. I'm so confused. How are you the only honest person in the chat? Prop firms are an incredible opportunity if used correctly. Oh, okay. Yeah. Dude, get me out of here. Well, I thought we were gonna get something decent. And we got a couple good trades, but like, do I game aftermarket? I don't really game anymore, man. I do not really game. I haven't found a game that interests me enough to sit at my computer more than I have to. It's been a while. This is the cycle. I have to wait for V Rising to have another update before I sit down and spend 15 hours a day at my computer. I am a man who hyper fixates on one thing at a time. So if gaming isn't it, then it's like working on project that I care about a lot, or it's like a different medium. It just depends. Right now, I'm like very hyper focused on work. Yeah. And I'll get tired of that in like a month, and then I'll focus on something else. And then maybe I'll game again. I don't know. This is miserable though. And there are people who are like trying to make like 30K today to get on the leaderboards. It's funny. See, maybe it's the big brain plan is that they knew that the market was going to be incredibly choppy today, and they were like, "This is our best day to get people to reset accounts," right? And then like people are going through like one or two resets today, and that first day of competition, and then tomorrow the market moons, and it's all part of the plan after they've used all of the resets. Huge. All right, well that's close. What an awful close. Why do people trade the afternoon? Jesus.
Yeah, it's been well. Last week was pretty good, actually, but
Well,
it's been very hit or miss. Very hit or miss.
here's our move. $105 bid again. Flip. Russell pushing into Thursday opening range. Yes to POC. No, yeah. I mean, it's not worth, bro. Good job getting back, but like, I totally feel you. It's just not worth. It's okay. Tomorrow is another day. Yep. And you did your job, right? You set yourself up to be ready for tomorrow without putting yourself at a huge hindrance for risk. And now you can have a good day tomorrow and everything is fine. Beautiful. All right, I'm out of here. Goodbye, friends. What a waste.
I will see you guys in 30 minutes.
Peace.
Goodbye.
Oh.